So hello everybody and good morning. We are going to start pretty soon, so please take a bit of while. We are going to go fully officially live around less than 5 minutes from now. So thank you so much everybody, and thanks for the patience. I'll see I'll see you.
Over. Integrity for that stowage for the water that we've just been working on. It says nadir. So can you just confirm you want it on the bottom underneath the other CTBs?
The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is coming on duty for the second half of the cruise workday. They'll hand over overnight to the Orbit 3 team, which is the planning shift.
On the bottom, underneath the other bags, and if you're looking kind of naturally at the lockers, it's the bottom left of Delta.
Okay. Yeah, that's how we interpret it too. So we'll do that. That's a bit more challenging, but we should be able to get it done. The other thing is we could use a location for 2 more hefty bags. We got the ones that we've used today so far, the containment bag.
Checking on the hefty bag location, and while I have you, just some vehicle essay. Your intermediate targeting was good, and GNC is syncing all nav channels to channel 3 and doing a primary to BFS state transfer.
Okay, Jackie, all that tracks.
Integrity Houston, for Jeremy and the hefty bags, you should find 4 additional hefty bags in one of the 2 JSBs that you've been using today.
Alright, so you can listen in. They are currently stowing their bags. Stowing their items so far. Just put inside whatever stuff they don't need inside specialized bag. So that's that. And yeah, hello everybody, and good morning from me. Okay, and today, since are in Borneo, it's 7:44:22 a.m. here on 10th of April 2026. So hello everybody, I'm Daniel Suguwa, your host today for the for us to watch the daily brief update of the Artemis II missions, especially what's happening inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft. Okay, where right now the Artemis II crew, in no particular order, Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, Christina Koch, and also Reid Weisman, they are currently on the way journey home back to Earth after already done their flyby on lunar aka moon flyby on flight day 6. So it's basically already three days since the historic and picturesque mission. So that's that. It's also should be very interesting as well. We are going to watch the brief update, and keep in mind this brief update is not very not too technical, not too deep dive, and I'm not going to admit to know everything else in what's what they are saying in the mission, but it's okay. We are still learning together at the end of the day. Like some people said, the more you learn, the more you don't know, but it's okay. So let's see in the mission right now, shall we? All right, so awesome. All right, okay,
Copy, thumbs up.
nice. So here we go. Already going to the real life right now. So that's that. And this is day 9. Yeah, this is day 9. So let me go. And here we go. So this is the live remark right now. So hello everybody. Oh, so right now I believe this is a bit of handshake so far in between the DSN, the Deep Space Networks, and also TDRS, TDRS, tracking data and relay satellite systems. This is just a brief handshake, but however, we are still able to hear what you're talking about. Okay, and looks like we might have the visual back again.
We confirmed all the settings were per the procedure. We stopped and restarted the stream. We're prepping another camera. Please let us know what you'd like.
All right, because from my understanding, in less than 3 minutes from now, we are going to see that there's going to be a live downlink event by the press affairs, so we are going to see that soon.
Situation, we'd like to try the camera swap.
All right, and that's moving in.
Doesn't work.
All right, so for now, I think it's possible for us to just keep watching, and don't worry, I'm still watching on the screen, and also I'm still keeping eye on that. Yeah, even though I'm a bit in my phone right now, but it's okay. Let's listen in what's the update, and hopefully there's possible another indicator that we might see that soon. And as you can see, as you can see behind the Capcom, the capsule communicator is the behind the capsule communicator. Excuse me, sorry.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're standing by for the crew to complete the setup for the upcoming PAO event, in which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All this happening as we're just 17 minutes away from Integrity reaching the halfway point en route home from the moon, with splashdown scheduled off the coast of San Diego on Friday evening.
All right. And you can see, how do I say? Let me continue what I'm going to say. Behind capsule communicator, Capcom, is the Artemis plushie from Sailor Moon. So, what a great reference there. Yeah, what a great reference there, All right, inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, you can see.
We are checking.
Okay, you can see that the one that actually holding the mic is Christina Koch.
3, 2,
Okay.
1.
Okay, that's Christina Koch that actually speaking, and the rest of the crew that you can see on the left side is the Victor Glover on, I believe, yeah, and just beside Christina Koch right now is Reid Weisman, and just beside Reid Weisman is
Okay,
Jeremy
Kennedy,
Hansen.
the
So
audio
yeah,
from the mic and video are looking good. We'll be ready to start the event.
yeah, let's go. Let's go for the event, shall we? Okay, and I should close the mic. Let's listen in what they're going to talk about. Okay, so thank you. Let's go.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is Integrity. We are.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Check.
Oh, okay. We have a little bit bork signal, but oh no, oh no.
We had a check loud and clear. How do you have us?
Oh no.
Integrity, Jared, you're
All right,
flyby
we are
3 right
clear
now, but
again.
it's looking like it's stabilizing. It's great to chat with you again. And good
All right,
evening,
nice.
Artemis II crew.
So let's go.
As you all approach your final day on this historic journey around the moon, the people of Earth remain inspired by your mission. They are energized by space exploration, and most importantly, they're eager to have you all home very soon. Now, NASA couldn't execute on our important mission without the steadfast support we receive from the United States Congress, who work with the agency to make sure it has the right direction to expand American leadership in space and the necessary resources to execute on our world-changing mission. Now, we have several NASA congressional supporters online today, and they have a few questions they'd like to ask you on behalf of their constituents across the country. Our first question is coming from Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, who spearheaded our One Big Beautiful Bill historic investment in America's leadership in space. The chairman is with me now at Johnson Space Center, and over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Jared. Integrity, this is Ted, comms check. I feel very official now. I will say I feel particularly profound. This is the first and only time in my life when I've stood next to someone who is speaking on behalf of the people of Earth. That's a heck of a statement, and I know that you guys are. I can only imagine the awe and wonderment you feel, but I want to just start by saying thank you. You are inspiring. That is not hyperbole. When Jared speaks about the people of Earth across the planet, people are watching you and amazed, watching you put food packets away as we were doing just a few minutes ago, watching you float around with the floating head, and you are bringing people together all across our globe. So thank you. Thank you for your good cheer. Thank you for your eloquence. Thank you for inspiring people. I have two questions. Number one, if you could go back in time and talk to yourself at age 10, what would you tell yourself about going to the moon? And then question two, if and when they make a movie about this, who do you want to play you?
Oh, interesting question. Interesting. Let's listen in.
Well, sir, it's an honor to be with all of you, and please say hello to all of our colleagues there at Johnson Space Center. We can't wait to be back. My 10-year-old self. I recently found some photos of myself on a family vacation at Kennedy Space Center, and we were posing in front of the Saturn V rocket with my siblings and my parents. And if I could have told that little girl who took home a picture of Earthrise and hung it in her room that she would eventually launch from that same place to see that same view, I'm pretty sure she would not believe it. But even though I still can't believe it, and she certainly wouldn't believe it, she chased that dream, and it ended up happening. It's such an honor to hear that we've inspired. That's truly one of the top things that we ever wanted to do. And I am definitely not answering the movie question. That's going to be for Reid.
Senator Cruz, it's great to talk to you, and thank you for visiting our friends and family there at the Johnson Space Center. That is fantastic. we've thought a little bit about the movie, and I think that's way out of our pay grade. So we don't know who's going to play us. That's up to whoever decides. But one thing we do know for certain is this guy is going to be played by Buzz Lightyear, 100%, no doubt.
Thank you so much, Senator Cruz. Our
That's
next question
actually
comes from Senator
funny as
Maria
well.
Cantwell of Washington.
I like that
Hi,
question.
congratulations
Yeah.
to NASA and the Artemis team. I want you to know I spoke to Anne McLean earlier today, and she said the 8 balls are all incredibly proud of you. This mission is a major investment in science and a testament to human achievement. The Orion thrusters were built here in the state of Washington, and I invite you all to come and see the innovation and the people that you've inspired. My question is, as Americans who've traveled the farthest and seen direct observations that are proving so invaluable, once we go back and land humans on the moon, what are we going to learn from the human eye that the moon rovers couldn't tell us?
Oh, yeah, the human aspect, human aspect of observation in space and in the moon. Okay,
You know,
that's interesting.
I hope this really resonates because of right now and what's going on back there, at least what we hear about going on back home and in our communities. I think you all can feel the energy that this mission has brought. I really hope so. And one of the things that I was asked to talk about when I come back by one of my good friends, Tony Antonelli, he said, I want to know how it feels. There's going to be tons of pictures, but I want to know how it feels. And I think a rover can collect data a lot slower, but the human's going to be able to do it much faster. But then they're also going to come back and tell you how it feels. But physiologically, in a technical and medical sense, but also in an emotional sense, so that we can continue to have that human connection, not just the scientific and exploration, but the human connection.
Interesting.
Our next
Very good
question
question.
comes from Senator
Very
Jared
good
Moran
answer
of Kansas.
from Victor Glover.
Good evening
All right.
to all of you. On Monday, Administrator Isaacman and I visited the Cosmosphere in Hutchinson, Kansas. Commander, it's the place you told me was the best space museum in the world. I've repeated that many times. I'd like to extend an invitation to each of you to come visit us in Hutchinson and be my guest. But I also want you to tell me how you can see the Artemis II mission, as well as the Cosmosphere, inspiring the next generation for the well-being of the world.
Well, sir, I'll definitely take you up on that invitation because I have yet to see that museum, and I've just heard amazing things about it. So I look forward to that opportunity. And I hope that maybe something from this mission will end up in that museum at some point in the future. You know, as far as inspiration goes, I really think it comes down to just getting stuff done. And you can have an inspiration program, you can invest a lot of money in that, or you can have a program that just goes out and gets things done, like the Artemis program is doing. And then you can spend your inspiration program dollars on just disseminating that to the masses. And that is what I see happening here right now. I think we're knocking it out of the park.
All right. So
Thank you, sir. Our
hopefully,
next question comes.
Reid
Our
Weisman
next
can.
question is for Reid. Comes
Sorry.
from Senator Chris Van
So
Hollen of
hopefully,
Maryland.
yeah, hopefully Jeremy Hansen
Well,
can
greetings
go
to all
to that
of you.
museum. Yeah.
Reid, I had a special question for
Nice.
you because of your old alma mater. What would you say to a student attending your old high school, Delaney High School in Baltimore County, or to any other student in America who aspires to follow in your footsteps as an astronaut?
Well, Senator, it's great to talk to you. It's great to talk to you, especially from my home state of Maryland there. Lots of love. And I mean, this could be a huge answer, but most simply, I think that the students of today, they've got to be willing to fail. They've got to be willing to take some risk in their school. Straight A's, that might be important to some, but really expanding your horizons, going out and doing things that are difficult, things that scare you, things that you might have to try a few times before you get them right. that's all well and good, and that's a huge part of the learning process. And one of my biggest takeaways from life is it's not how well you succeed, it's how well you fail. And when you have a tough spot, you got to get up and get back on the horse and keep on going. And I think that's so critical for the youth across the nation and across the world today. Just keep driving and keep trying and keep innovating. Thank you.
Good advice. Thank you.
Oh, actually, very good
Next
advice.
up, we have a question from Congressman Brian
Do not be
Babin of
afraid
Texas.
to fail, and if there's anything, you should try. You should try it until you can do the best. All
Christina and Jeremy, I'm
right,
so proud to represent the team at
nice.
Johnson Space Center and supporting you every step of the way. The entire country is inspired by your work and your dedication. It's amazing. And my question would be, if you could relive one moment of this mission so far, what would it be?
Wow, we are all brainstorming, and it would be a lot easier if you had said a list of 5, but I'm actually going to go way back because the big contenders are the eclipsed moon, which was one of the most surreal things any of us have ever seen, and it literally rendered us speechless. But I'm going to go all the way back to launch, because when we launched, it is such a quick experience. Our entire powered flight on the rocket was shorter than what we've done in this press conference so far. Yet it is such an incredible, important part of the mission, a dynamic phase in the mission. We train it so much. And if I could go back and replay it in slow motion to just imprint those memories even more, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Outstanding.
All right, awesome.
Thank you. Our next question comes from. Our next up, we have Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren of California.
The launch part, interesting
for
part.
all you've done. You've inspired people all over the world, and Brian Babin and I work together on the committee to make sure you have support across the board. Your last 8 days have taken place in the Integrity Orion spacecraft. Now, integrity is a quality we all strive for and hope our leaders can live up to. This mission has been unifying in so many ways and captured a global audience. What do you hope humanity takes away from it?
Thank you for that question, and hello to everyone in California. I hope that we connect back to when we went to the moon the first time and we started calling big things that humanity accomplished moonshots, and we take ownership of this moonshot and realize that we can do it. And then we also think about the future and that this is just the beginning, and that there's nothing that we can't accomplish when we pull all of our differences together, not in spite of them, but when we pull them together and we work on something big for the good of everyone.
All right.
All right, next we have a
Nice.
question from Congressman
Awesome.
Hal Rogers of
Another.
Kentucky.
Let's go.
We're proud of you and proud of the tracking that's being done of your event at Morehead State University in eastern Kentucky. After emerging from the far side of the moon and seeing the entirety of the Earth through that small window, how has all of this impacted your determination for what America can accomplish in space?
It reminds you, first, just being, right now we're 106,000 miles away from planet Earth still, and we'll be home tomorrow. Part of this is just scale. It is unbelievable to think that we could build a international team led by the United States of America and set our sights out on a sustained presence on the moon and onto Mars, and then we can go and achieve it. And I know we did this in Apollo, and it was absolutely amazing, but I will tell you, having been there, the four of us having been there just now, this is nothing short of a miracle. It is incredible that we can go out and do this, that we can play with gravity, that we can target around the moon, that we can send 4 humans in a spaceship 250,000 miles from home and bring them back. There is nothing this nation cannot do when it has a vision. It just has the capability to go out and get anything done we want to get done.
All right, next up we have Congresswoman Grace Meng of New
Okay,
York.
very interesting answer as well. Yeah.
Hello to our crew. This is Grace Meng from Queens, New York. Thank you to the administrator and thank you to our trailblazing crew. My question is, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Our entire country has been following your journey with pride, and we're incredibly grateful for your service. You've spent years in simulators at Johnson Space Center that recreated every vibration, system failure, cockpit light with high accuracy, and most of you have even been to the International Space Station. Now that you're almost home, what is the one thing that has surprised you about this mission that your training and prior space experience did not or could not prepare you for? And we can't wait to welcome you back to Earth. Thank you again.
All right. What a very interesting question as well. Things that they are
Well,
not
it's going to be a
prepared,
2-for-1 deal
something
because
huge
I definitely
surprise,
have to call out what
something
Christina was
that
talking about. Seeing
they
the
didn't
far side of
know.
the moon, but eclipsed. And when it's eclipsed, the sun was. I know you saw some pictures, and the pictures look pretty close to what we saw.
Yeah, that picture about
It
the
really
Earth
was something.
rise,
But the other thing, kind of, your
moon,
question made me think about when you're talking about all the
solar
simulations.
eclipse. Oh,
We simulate the first day of the mission a lot and the last day of the mission a lot. And near the end of the first day, we separate from the upper stage of the rocket. And then that's when we did the proximity ops where we flew around the upper stage as if we were docking to it.
yeah.
And in the simulator,
In case you want to know
they have
about the
all these things you're
proximity
checking to
operations,
see
that
if you have
that one is
actually
what I
separated
referred.
from the vehicle. And if you haven't, you
Who,
have a bunch of things you
why
need to do.
why I think
And
manual
in space, it's nothing like
piloting
that.
can be
It is. We essentially get
can be
ejected off the top of that thing.
can
We
be
were all
cancelled
sitting here waiting for
because
that
it's
moment, and all of a sudden
sort
we're
of
all pinned to the
already been
floor.
done before on the proximity
Like, well, I guess we
operations.
separated.
So that's that. Nice.
All right, next we have a question from Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona.
Hey guys, I know you're busy, so I don't want to take up much of your time here, but very proud of you. World's looking up because of you. You've reminded millions of people what a crew and a mission and a shared purpose can really do. So thank you for taking and carrying the hopes of a nation beyond the horizon. I think we really needed this at this point in our history. I really appreciate it. And Victor, since I'm in John McCain's Senate seat and you are a McCain alum, so this question is for you. Just curious, how fast are you going at EI? What kind of G profile are you going to be on? And how sporty of a ride do you expect it to be when those chutes open?
Okay.
Oh, Mark, thank you. It's
A
great to hear from
question
you. Thank you for your
about
continued leadership and support and
oh
friendship.
about that one.
And
Okay. Interesting.
the
Let's
ride's been
listen in.
amazing. Jumping off the pad was awesome. And a lot of people think about rocket science and staging power versus weight. Well, slowing down from that speed takes just as much thought and practice. And so we're going to come into the atmosphere at about almost 40 times the speed of sound. And then we will slow down to a 20-mile-an-hour touchdown into the Pacific. But the G profile will actually be very similar to what it is on launch. We'll get up into the 3 Gs, just over 3 Gs on the way down for a normal entry. But if it was a ballistic, we could get up to as high as 9, 10 Gs, which is what you pull in a fighter jet. But we could be doing that for several minutes, for 8 or 9 minutes. And so the G profile is going to be pretty sporty. But when we touch down, the heat shield and the parachutes are going to get us nice and slow so that we touch down at what did I say, about a 20-mile-an-hour splashdown in the Pacific. And we can't wait to see the dive team and the Navy that are going to come and pick us up.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right. So when they
All right, next we
re-enter,
have Senator Katie Britt
they
of
will
Alabama.
re-enter typically around 3
Hey,
Gs,
everybody. I know how proud we are in
it can go
Alabama of
up
the role
until
that
9
Marshall
to
Space Flight
10
Center
G,
in
you
Huntsville
know,
has played in this incredible
the
mission.
times
So
of
I can't
gravity
even
forces.
imagine how
So
unbelievably
yeah,
proud your families
we are
are of
going to
you
see
and
that
how
soon for
excited
the
they are
re-entry
to
by
see you
tomorrow.
soon and to welcome
Less
you
than
back to
24
Earth.
hours from now,
So
though.
instead of a
So
question, I
yeah.
want to let each of you just take the next minute to publicly address your children and the next generation of space explorers as history-making space fleet, this mission enters its final hours. So thank you so much for your incredible service and your example.
Thank you very much for this question. We are in a maneuver right now, so I hope we don't lose the signal briefly, but we just heard the thrusters firing on the service module to reorient us. We have a return trajectory correction burn number 2 coming up in just a little while. But I just want to look at my daughters, Ellie and Katie, and just say I love you, and their support has been unbelievable. I don't think they knew what this mission really meant when we launched, but they have learned through the outpouring of public support, their friends' support, and family support. Really, the world has come together. We have seen it, and we have seen it through their eyes, too. And it has been a very proud moment for me as their father to see the joy in their expression and the way they email and communicate when we have private conferences. It's still on.
For my 3 children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, I think it's worth pointing out, I learn as much, maybe more from you than you learn from me. But the one thing I'd remind you, and I think is worth reminding ourselves and other youth, is that all you have to do on any given day is just get up and do your best and try to find joy in your day and try to contribute in a meaningful and positive way. And that's it. And I think we as humans, we put too much pressure on ourselves looking for perfection. And if you look at what we're doing out here, it is far from perfection, but we are getting it done.
Wait, that's nice. The view.
I mean, that's accurate, though.
Genesis,
And
Maya, Joya, and
all
Corinne.
right. But
As
it's
we are
great.
on our way back from this dream of a mission, your mom and I look forward to supporting you, chasing and catching your own dreams. We spent years coaching you, but we are very much in that transition to being cheerleaders and just rooting for you in life. And to the future citizens out there, the same sentiment applies. I hope this mission is giving you something that you can take and put in your pocket or in your heart and mind that you keep with you. But it's not because we want you to see what we've tried to show you. It's because we want you to take this and build a vocabulary to explain the world to us.
Wow, Victor.
Wow.
That was
Wow.
incredible.
Credible
I'll take
answer
this
from
second
Victor.
to say something to my
Wow.
9 nieces and
And this is
nephews, which
Christina.
is I love you and thank you for the
Nice.
amazing letters you wrote me, the amazing pictures you drew
And
me.
just
You had
on
beautiful
her
Earths and rockets,
left or right
and they
side,
truly
depending
touched
on
my
what
mission. And
you're
I
looking
feel
right
like
now.
you're here with
But we
me.
are talking about this first view. Okay,
All right,
first
next
view
is
of this
Congressman
camera.
Mike Herodopoulos of Florida.
On her right side is
Hi,
the
crew. This is Congressman Mike
Reid,
Herodopoulos, and I
and
represent Kennedy
another right
Space
side
Center in Congress.
is
And what a thrill
Jeremy.
to have
So yeah.
watched you take off from Kennedy Space Center.
All
It truly
right.
unified America. I have a question from one of our local voters here in Indian River County. Her name is Renee, and she said, "What were you thinking when you were going around the moon, the furthest ever from Earth on the dark side of the moon?" We'd love to hear your thoughts as you made your way around the moon out of radio contact.
So during the time of the nearest approach to the moon, we were doing so much science. I took a brief moment to say a short prayer of gratitude for being sent on this mission and trusted with, bringing back scientifically relevant information. And I also
Oh, rice
just felt like
splashy.
I was hoping that people looked up and were
Floating
watching to see when we
around.
came back into communication, and that maybe there was a chance that folks would feel a sense of togetherness. We have a moment of silence whenever something solemn and that requires reverence or someone that we love has passed away, but maybe we could call it a moment of togetherness. As we were in radio silence, I was really hoping that we could just have a sense. You heard the word togetherness a lot from our crew, and really was hoping that while we were waiting to get back in contact, that people could just feel that sense of togetherness, that we were all a crew on Spaceship Earth.
All right, our second to last question is from Congresswoman Valerie Foushee of North Carolina. This one's for Christina.
Good evening, Artemis II crew. Indeed, you are inspirational and you make us all proud Americans. I'm proud to represent the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics in Durham, North Carolina, where Dr. Koch attended high school. With Dr. Koch becoming the first woman and Captain Glover, the first person of color to travel this far into space, what message do all of you have for the next generation of explorers who may be seeing themselves in this mission for the first time?
And also additional information, Jeremy Hansen is the first astronaut is a
Well, it's
first
such an honor to
astronaut
speak with
not
you
coming from the
and that you
United
represent Durham.
States
All of my
of
family
America
lives there,
to
and they're all flying to Houston right now,
finally
hopefully to watch our
go to the
splashdown.
moon.
So
So
Durham
yeah,
is very
it's now
near and dear to
becoming an
my heart.
international collaboration effort right now
There's a lot to
after
say
the last time
about that
humans
topic. I feel
setting
like
foot
for us,
on the moon
we don't necessarily see
54
any
years
one
ago.
individual as deserving of
And by the way,
anything or
Jeremy
accolades for
Hansen is
being a
Canadian,
first.
in case you want to
What
know.
we see is something to celebrate, that we are in a time when everyone who has a dream has to work equally and gets to work equally hard to achieve that dream. And so my message to those people is yes, it is wonderful to feel inspiration because you see yourself in someone. I had that growing up. You had that growing up. I think that the message, the takeaway would be, you don't have to focus on just being there. Focus on excellence. Focus on being the best that you can be in any team, in any mission, contributing to any endeavor. And that will get you not only the fulfillment and meaning of your life, but you'll contribute the most to the world.
All right, we have time for
Nice.
one final question. We'll send it over to Senator Ashley Moody of Florida.
All right. All right. Another one more question.
Thank you so much. And I know we started with Senator Cruz from Texas, and I love that we're ending with Florida Senator. It's such an honor where you launched. I was there for the launch of Artemis II. It was so exciting. Florida's been the beating heart of American space exploration for over 60 years. What would you say to the kids from Florida who were there that day watching the launch, really kids from Pensacola to Miami, who may want to follow in your footsteps one day as astronauts, or maybe work for NASA, or even in the space industry? What would you say to them?
I would say we are in the golden age of space exploration right now, thanks to the leadership of Jared Isaacman and our political leaders, many of whom are gathered here right now. We are getting it done. We have our sights set on the moon. We have our sights set on Mars. We have probes going out across the solar system, robotic precursor missions, the moon, Mars, moons of planets around our solar system. There's just limitless potential here. But I also want to just not single out people who are interested in spaceflight. I would say anything that you find a passion in, when it sparks your interest, there is no right answer for every human. It's in your soul. So Jeremy likes to say every one of us has a gift, and we need to share our gifts to be happy. And so if you want to be a veterinarian. If you want to help people, be a nurse or a school teacher or a public servant, a police officer. There are so many things out there. And when you find that fire in your soul and you know what you're meant to do, just lean all in and go for it. And if some of you end up going and walking on Mars, the four of us, myself, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, we will be in the front row cheering you on loud and clear.
Go for it.
All right.
Nice.
We are out of time for today's event. That concludes the event. Thank you to everyone who was able to tune in. And thank you to our elected officials for joining us. Artemis II crew, we look forward to seeing you back home soon.
And already finished the public affairs events. Yeah. That concludes it. Nice.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communication.
So yeah, they have already finished just within
and
allotted
integrity.
of
Just
time.
over
So
10
yeah.
minutes ago, as you were having that event, you passed the halfway home mark.
Oh yeah, finally. That's what we like to hear it. Yeah. Halfway home, but it's going to be pretty fast
Okay, copy that, Jackie. Sounds
when
like the next 24 hours are we're gonna accelerate quite a bit then.
yeah, they're still accelerating
Absolutely.
and then by tomorrow you will see they will be back again on
This is
Earth.
Mission Control
So yeah.
Houston.
In Integrity, we are working to get OE2 into a private conference, and we'll be ready to start the flight director conference just a couple minutes early.
All right. Oh, this one is related to the medical stuff. Yeah. Daily a private
Again,
daily
this is
medical
Mission Control
conference and
Houston. The
also
mission elapsed time of 8
private
days, 1 hour,
daily flight
45
conference as
minutes
well.
into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission.
Ah,
We just
iconic
wrapped up
voice
that final
of
public
NASA
affairs
communicator,
event
this
where
one.
members of
Very
Congress had an
iconic.
opportunity to talk to the crew members on board. Commander Reid Weisman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen. About 15 minutes ago, they passed the halfway mark on the flight home from the moon and their lunar flyby of Earth's closest celestial neighbor. They will begin to accelerate quite a bit over the next 24 hours, as you just heard, as they prepare for splashdown in the Pacific on Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. A shift handover has just been completed here in Mission Control, where the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is taking over. They will be led by Flight Director Fiona Antkowiak, taking over from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling.
We think we copied the RHC as set up, but can you confirm?
That's affirmative. The RHC is set up.
We copy, and OE2 is privatized for the conference.
All right, so that's the beginning of the private daily
Entry
medical
Flight Director Rick
conference.
Henfling and his
So we are
team
not
of
going
entry
to say
flight
that part.
controllers will be back on console tomorrow morning, and that will be the ultimate day of this mission, the final chapter in the Artemis II flight, and that will be entry and splashdown. Entry and splashdown. The crew spent the day configuring the crew cabin, reviewing entry procedures, and preparing for their high-speed return back to Earth that will culminate in a splashdown in the Pacific 2.5 hours before sunset at 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. We'll be here all night, throughout the course of the night, and all day tomorrow to bring you every aspect of the entry, splashdown, and the recovery of the crew as they return from an historic lunar flyby and the completion of the Artemis II mission. This is Mission Control Houston.
All right, so that's that. Interesting, isn't it? And this is the visualization view from the Arrow stuff. Arrow, AROW, stands for Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, where it actually uses the animation to visualize it using the real-time telemetry and also telemetry and data that can be translated for us to see how the status looks like. Okay, and I guess also because it's um really there's really two sessions. It's going the first one right now currently ongoing is the private daily medical conference, and the second one is would be the private daily flight conference. We are not going to say that portion because just like we mentioned, just like I mentioned, and also basically we mentioned, I myself and also NASA communicators already said that because it's private, it's not something we need to see for now, but it's okay. And so far so good. And for now, since we don't have too much activity here, so I don't know what to even commentate for now, but we'll still keep an eye and listening to what they're talking about. So that's it. Thank you so much. And I also think that I should get some breakfast. So it should be okay. And yeah, I'm also going to listen in as well from my phone as well, just to hear what they are talking about in case anything's new there. So that's that. And while we don't have anything to do, let me go with the breakfast part, isn't it? So I will be ready here. Okay. So let me open the description, so you know what I'm doing right now. Oh, okay. So weird, obvious bug, but it's okay. Okay, so it should be good. Okay, so thank you so much, everybody. And in the meantime, I'll keep the music. I'm going to open up the music and just listen in, shall we? So that's it. Thank you so much, everybody, and I'll see you when I've already having for my breakfast. S- Or maybe I can also just uh otherwise otherwise I think should be good. Instead I just put the uh that's not entirely accurate. Maybe I'm having I'm having my breakfast, I believe. Okay, my breakfast. Okay, so that should be good. So thank you so much, everybody. See you soon. And music is on.
Integrity Houston on 1 for a stowage delta when you're ready to copy.
Houston.
Hey, good afternoon, Jeremy. I wanted to give you a stowage delta, something that you can do tonight. So in terms of making room for the USB power strip stowage tomorrow, we'd like you to move some items from the Foxtrot large CTB. The two items are, Foxtrot 1 large CTB. Those two items are going to be the portable speakers and then a Ziploc with 4 AGA batteries. And you'll be moving that from Foxtrot 1 large to Locker Echo bag 10. How copy?
Okay, speaker and AGA batteries to bag 10. And I suspect I'll need a new AGA battery for tomorrow, so maybe I'll just leave one out.
Copy, Jeremy, and we do expect that you would be able to find more AGA batteries in that Foxtrot 1 large CTB.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood you. I thought I was taking all the AGA batteries out of Fox 1 and putting them in bag 10.
Negative, Jeremy. There should be a Ziploc with just 4 AGA batteries, and that's what you're moving to bag 10.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I'll move the one with 4, and that will leave me 2. I got them in my hand. Perfect.
We copy.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team, who for today was the entry team of flight directors. The Orbit 2 team today will be led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Amy Dill. You recently heard.
And Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to forward link LOS.
Okay, copy that. 2 minutes. If you have time before then, and this is not important, but we'll store the D&E locker nets. If you tell me where they're going, I'll put them away. It's just FYI, we never use the DE locker nets. You just don't need them up here.
You can store those in Locker Delta, bag 7.
Okay, bag 7. Actually, we'll take another location for those after the LOS, because 7 is for the trash and the food, and it's already pretty full.
Okay, copy. We'll see you on the other side with that location.
Sounds good. See ya.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You are hearing some communication there between Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen and the Capcom capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for the Orbit 2 shift is Amy Dill. They were discussing some stowage activities, so the crew is currently working through some cabin configuration preparation to prepare for re-entry and splashdown, which is scheduled to take place tomorrow around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday, April 10th, off the coast of San Diego, California. The crew is specifically working to stow equipment that they've had out for the duration of the mission, and they're also removing cargo and locker and netting. Additionally, they are installing and adjusting the crew seats and ensuring all items are secured before their return to Earth. You also heard that we were entering a forward link LOS. That is a forward link loss of signal, which means that the crew can communicate down here to Mission Control, but the teams here at Mission Control will be unable to communicate back during that loss of signal. And there on your screen, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings that are attached to its service module that continue to provide these views throughout the duration of the mission. Coming up in about 2 hours and 13 minutes, we do expect to have the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn. This will be a short burn to further fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues on its journey to Earth and prepare it for that re-entry and splashdown tomorrow on Friday, April 10th.
So, hello again, everybody. I'm still yet to have my actual breakfast because, yeah, I'm looking for something to drink, and also need to do a little bit of tidying. How do I say? Tidying up in real time. So, in the meantime, so that's why I'm quite late, but it's okay. And in case you want to know, what we are looking at now is from the arrow stuff here from the Artemis real-time orbit website. This one
This is
actually
Artemis
uses
Mission
the
Control in Houston, Texas.
animation
You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis real-time
using
orbit
the
website, or
real-time
ARO,
telemetry
which is
and that
available
data,
at
so it can
nasa.gov/track
be
Artemis for
used
the
in
duration of
real
the
time.
mission, and it provides updates
So
on
you
the
can
Orion
follow
spacecraft's
along this
velocity,
Artemis
as
II
well as its
mission.
distance from
So
the
yeah.
Earth and from the Moon. Of course, now that
And currently
Orion and
they
its crew
are
on the
having their
return leg of their
daily
journey, the distance from the Earth
private
will
medical
continue
conference.
to close in. Right now,
So we
they're
are not
about
going to see that part.
120,000
The
miles
same
away
will
from
go
Earth
later on for the
and about
daily private
149,000
flight
miles away
conference.
from
We
the
are not
Moon.
going to see that part as well. So yeah,
Earlier today, they did reach that
that's why I don't have too
halfway
much comment here, and that's
mark
why I can
on
have
their
my
return
breakfast
journey
for
home.
I
And a little bit later
I can have
today,
my time here
in
to have a breakfast.
just
So
about 2
that's
hours from
that.
now,
We are
the second
still
return
looking here.
trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn, will take
Oh,
place to further
what
refine
annoying
the
stuff.
Orion spacecraft's trajectory as
Okay,
it continues its journey
annoying
back home
stuff
to
by
Earth.
Windows. Yeah, annoying stuff by Windows,
Most of
but
the cruise
it,
activities
it
for
is
today have
what
been,
it is.
of course, focused on
Yeah.
that re-entry and splashdown preparation for tomorrow.
Okay.
The crew began their day with some entry stowage preparations, and some of that stowage is continuing into the latter half of the crew's day. They are still working to configure the Orion spacecraft's cabin for re-entry as well. Those activities currently ongoing. Earlier in the day, the crew also had the opportunity to study their entry preparation materials, and they had a private conference with the entry flight director here in Mission Control Houston, which is NASA flight director Rick Hinfling for entry. During that private conference, they had the opportunity to discuss those entry preparation materials that they were previously studying, and they also went over the latest weather briefings and their entry pad, which had been recently updated. Following that, they went ahead and did some preliminary targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn before moving into their midday meal. And then shortly after that midday meal, they went ahead and completed their final public affairs downlink event for the mission, which was held with members of Congress. And then after that, they had another private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston before moving into that cabin configuration activity, which they are still working through. During this cabin configuration, the crew is working to stow various equipment that they've had out and using during the mission, and they're also removing some of the cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secured before their return to Earth tomorrow, April 10th. Shortly after this cabin configuration is complete, the crew will begin preparing for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn, that RTC2 burn. That burn is scheduled to take place in about an hour and 58 minutes from now. And then following that burn, the crew will have a few small activities to close out their day, and they will also continue any additional stowage that wasn't completed prior to that burn. The crew will, of course, close out their day with their daily private medical conference with the medical teams here on the ground, as well as another final private flight director conference before heading into pre-sleep. Pre-sleep is the opportunity where they can eat dinner, and they can also complete any hygiene activities ahead of their sleep period.
Alright, so that's basically what you're hearing from the NASA communicators. So that's that. And so far, because we don't have too much else to say, so I'll just leave it like this, and I'm going to have my breakfast for real this time. So thank you so much, everybody, and I'll see you guys again. Okay, so let's have a breakfast. Finally. Never give up. Just be a bit persistent, I guess. So that's that.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 2 hours, and 37 minutes into the Artemis II mission following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew is currently continuing to work through some cabin configuration activities in preparation for re-entry, which will take place tomorrow, April 10th. During this cabin configuration, the crew is stowing any equipment that they had out during the mission. They're also removing some cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secure ahead of their re-entry and return to Earth tomorrow. Right now, we are currently in a loss of signal, and we do expect to regain that in about 19 minutes from now. Again, this was a planned and known loss of signal as we transition between satellites in the deep space network. Looking ahead to re-entry tomorrow, there will be a final return trajectory correction burn. This will be the third and final of those trio of burns, about 5 hours before entry interface. The second of that trio of burns is scheduled to take place this evening around 8:53 p.m. Central Time, 9:53 p.m. Eastern Time to fine-tune the spacecraft's path towards Earth. And then that third and final one will take place tomorrow, April 10th, about 5 hours before that entry interface takes place. During the re-entry process, the service module of the Orion spacecraft will separate around 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time, about 20 minutes before Orion reaches the upper atmosphere southeast of Hawaii. A few minutes later, around 6:37 p.m. Central, 7:37 p.m. Eastern, is when we will have that final trajectory adjustment burn to fine-tune the flight path before the spacecraft begins a series of roll maneuvers to safely distance itself from departing hardware. The Orion spacecraft will reach its maximum velocity, which will be approximately 23,864 miles per hour just before entry interface. As Orion continues its descent at about 400,000 feet, the spacecraft will then enter a planned 6-minute communications blackout. That planned to take place around 6:53 p.m. Central tomorrow, 7:53 p.m. Eastern, and this is due to plasma buildup around the capsule during peak heating of re-entry. During the re-entry, the crew is expected to experience up to 3.9 Gs. And then once they emerge from that blackout period, the Orion spacecraft will jettison its forward bay cover and deploy its drogue parachutes once it reaches about 22,000 feet. That milestone is expected to take place around 7:03 p.m. Central Time tomorrow, 8:03 p.m. Eastern. It will then unfurl its 3 main parachutes once it reaches about 6,000 feet. And that will help slow the Orion spacecraft down for a splashdown off the coast of San Diego, California. That splashdown is expected to take place around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. Within about 2 hours after that splashdown, the crew will be extracted from the Orion spacecraft and then flown to the USS John Murtha. Recovery teams will then retrieve the crew using helicopters, and once aboard the ship, the astronauts will undergo post-mission medical evaluations before returning to shore to board an aircraft and head back to the NASA Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas. Again, all of that coming up tomorrow on Friday, April 10th, as the Artemis II crew prepares to complete their mission around the moon and back. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 2 hours, and 52 minutes. We are currently in an expected loss of signal, during which we don't have direct communication with the crew, but we do expect to regain that signal in about 5 minutes from now. Coming up in about 1 hour and 25 minutes, we do expect the second of a trio of 3 return trajectory correction burns to take place. These are short thruster firings that further fine-tune the path and trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it continues its return journey back to Earth, with that splashdown targeted for 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, April 10th. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity, are currently awake, and they are continuing to work through some cabin configuration activities in preparation for that re-entry and splashdown tomorrow. The commander for the Artemis II mission is NASA astronaut Reid Weisman. He's originally from Baltimore, Maryland. Prior to this Artemis II mission, he's been to space once before as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November of 2014. And during that 165-day mission, Reid and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas such as human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. They also set a milestone for station science by completing a record of 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December of 2020 to November of 2022. Joining Reid on board the Orion spacecraft is NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot for the Artemis II mission. Victor was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. He's originally from California, and at the time of his selection, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November of 2020 when he launched as a pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, which was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station. Victor is also a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours and more than 40 different aircraft. And then joining both Reid and Victor as a mission specialist is NASA astronaut Christina Koch. She is originally from Grand Rapids, Michigan, and was selected to the NASA Astronaut Corps in 2013, which of course was the same class as Victor Glover. Christina previously served as a flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February of 2020, and during that time, Christina Koch set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk, and before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. And then rounding it all out is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Jeremy is actually a first-time flyer, joining the other 3 veteran flyers, and he is originally from London, Ontario, Canada, and was selected by an astronaut to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009. After that selection, he worked as a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, here at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, during which he served as the sole direct voice communicating with the astronauts in space. He's also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. So those are your 4 astronauts that make up the Artemis II crew. That crew, of course, concluding their mission tomorrow, April 10th, once they splash down off the coast of San Diego, California. Ahead of the mission, the Artemis II crew had the opportunity to design their mission patch. And that patch, which you can see there on your screen, designates the mission as A2, which also looks like the word all, which signifies not only the second major flight of the Artemis campaign, but also an endeavor of discovery that seeks to explore for all and by all. Framed in Apollo 8's famous Earthrise photo, the scene of the Earth and the Moon represents the dual nature of human spaceflight, both equally compelling. The Moon represents our exploration destination, focused on discovery of the unknown, and the Earth represents home, focused on the perspective we gain when we look back at our shared planet and learn what it means to be uniquely human. The orbit around Earth highlights the ongoing exploration missions that have enabled Artemis to set sights on a long-term presence on the Moon and soon onto Mars. and that view there on your screen is the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis, and it provides a visualization, especially when we don't have those live views coming from the Orion spacecraft itself. It provides that visualization of the Orion spacecraft and its velocity, as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. So right now, the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 117,000 miles from Earth, and that distance continues to close in as they target that splashdown off the coast of California tomorrow, April 10th at approximately 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time.
Alright, so hello everybody, and again, good morning. It's right now almost 9:35 a.m. here in Seoul, in Borneo, and yeah, that's what you hear so far from the NASA communicators regarding these Artemis II missions, and also when they are going to splash down. And don't worry when you hear what I'm saying. It's just that behind the scene, yeah, unfortunately something else happened. I'm still listening in. Don't worry. I'm using my earphone right now, but at the same time there is, how do I say, a little bit undesirable things happening behind the scene. Okay, this is a little bit unavoidable, so that's why I didn't leave up that rest session text there, because unfortunately something happens behind the scene. I cannot be way too specific because this is a little bit personal personal stuff, but I did try my best to help, and so far looks like we still can go live though, but when I need to go manage the problem after that, that's going to be something else, and I'm still currently waiting. So yeah, so unfortunately this thing happens from time to time, and it's quite a distraction when this thing happens. But fortunately this is not a super critical live stream and whatnot. This is just at the end of the day a casual live stream, not really like super duper hyper specific live stream where I can talk to you about rocket stuff and whatnot. No. This is a human space flight, which I need to admit to you, it's a very complicated topic. Complicated topic even for myself trying to dissect, but whatever I can understand, I give you guys a bit information here and there. And for this part, by now, if I remember correctly, they've already finished with the daily private medical conference, and now they are moving on with the daily private flight conference, where they are currently privately exchanging conversation between the mission control center, specifically on the flight director, and also to the Artemis II crew regarding the planning on how to re-enter back to Earth safely, which places would be splashed down, and how they get retrieves and here and so forth. This is basically in the general how the daily private flight conference actually happens. Yeah, usually they would say it as daily private conference, but I like to be pedantically specific about what they are talking about, because what they are doing in behind the scene, because without understanding about that part, I don't think anyone can understand. So yeah, about the daily private medical conference, it's basically previously it's basically about how the crew status, each one of them personally, where they are talking with the, I believe, the flight surgeon and also the medical staff team that's specific about this medical stuff, and also about the specific space medical related situation, so they can understand how the crew are feeling. Are they good? Are they ready and mentally prepared for this, for the re-entry, and eventually going back home safely, and so forth and so forth. So That's basically what they're doing in the nutshell. And yeah, and because there's really not much else coverage to say here, I think uh, sorry, don't worry though, this is me just trying to take a bit of breath. And unfortunately, my nostril sometimes it sucks. Okay, it sucks so much that if I want to talk something, I don't have enough breath because my nostril got blocked. Pretty worse. Not really super duper worse, but in a sense that it's hard for me to properly breathe. That's why you hear why I'm talking a bit way too short breath. Okay, but all that side, let's keep this stream up. Okay, and I'm still going to listen to anything they said so far. So I'm going to turn off my mic, and I will also listen from my phone using the same stream from NASA as well, so I can hear what's the status. Meanwhile, I'm shutting. I'm not shouting. I'm closing this. I'm closing this microphone now. So thank you so much, everybody. And in case you're wondering what microphone I'm using the HyperX Solocast 2. Yeah, it's so far it's a really good microphone. And for the software stack wise to connect it, I'm using the Ingenuity, not the typical Ingenuity, the Ingenuity beta. Basically, let's just call this Ingenuity 2.0. I can say, barring few here and there crashes early on in few months, I can say it's fortunately quite a very stable software. Okay, and for the laptop, I'm using gaming laptop, specifically the Acer Nitro V16S AI. Yeah, I know that's a really weird wording, the AI wording, but if you're very interested, my CPU, or more like APU at this point, I'm using the Ryzen. Oh, okay. That one is actually from the Microsoft Power Toy. It's a very useful utility. Okay, I mean, seriously, if you even plan to use it once, even just once, please use it. It can actually save you lots of troubleshooting sometimes. I'm using that one specifically to use the functionality called the file locksmith. Well, where usually sometimes you know when you try to how do I say, when you try to eject it from your PC, from your laptop, from desktop, I don't know, whatever under the sun, as soon as you try to click eject, sometimes it says like, hey, cannot eject this stuff, blah 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 blah, even though you did not open it. So you use the file locksmith functionality to actually figure out, and that actually saved me countless of time from trying to do stupid amount of troubleshooting. So please use it if you can. Okay, even though you don't use all of the features, even just one feature will save you tons of time from troubleshooting and whatnot. Sometimes the easiest would be to shut down or even restart, right? But it's not practical for everyone. So and also sometimes even a downtime of using your laptop, your PC, your tablet, literally under the sun, whenever you can use Windows or even Linux or even whatever operating system, it's not very desirable. So that's a very useful and powerful tool you should actually use. Okay, and also putting all of that aside, I'm using the APU or CPU, sometimes you guys like to call it. I'm using the AMD Ryzen 7 260. This one, if I remember, is the Hawk Point refresh from the 8645 hash, if I remember correctly. And of course, on with the iGPU Radeon 780M. So you can say this is an RDNA 3 architecture. Okay, and it's good so far, even though recently, you know, when there's like weird time, like a weird video scheduler problem, suddenly after I restart, suddenly after the laptop restart by itself and already passes through the lock screen and what's on, then it told me that the problem is the empty driver side. So I just like, what? Seriously? I mean, this is not the first time I actually ever this is not the first time I'm actually ever being in this situation. But man, that's so annoying. I mean, seriously, if I have to tell you something, AMD, you have one things to fix. This is your department. You have to fix this stuff. You cannot suddenly crash out of nowhere. Okay? And yeah, even though I'm specifically calling out AMD, it doesn't mean even the discrete GPU doesn't have any problem as well. Even discrete GPU sometimes it's problem as well. Yeah, but I believe it could be a conflict between these two drivers, or I don't know. Whatever. Another one that I need to mention, discrete GPU is the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5050. This one is the 8GB of VRAM variant, and yes, this is a GDDR7 variant RAM. In case you're wondering, yeah, I know. The current AI bubble hype stuff, it's literally causing most of the item trying to buy SSD stuff, RAM. It's literally shot up through the stratosphere. At this point, you might as well just riding on the SLS rocket. You might as well just go straight up to the moon, right? Like what the crew are currently doing right now, rather than just paying this stupid amount of prices. But all of that aside, okay, it's a GDDR7 variant, okay, and I can say even the NVIDIA side, they also have an equal amount of problem as well, really a headache as well. Yeah, and also NVIDIA, you also have a task to fix. You need to fix it as well. I'm calling both of you out. AMD, NVIDIA, get your priorities right. Make your drivers stable. I don't care how many weird features out there, but please make it stable. If you cannot make it stable, it's going to cause me and maybe gamers and literally professional workers out there, they will have tons of problems. So please fix it. Get your priorities set, okay? And yeah, so sorry for that little bit of rant. Oh, right. That's what we listen in. And for the RAM, I have 32 gigs of RAM. Okay, 32 gigs of RAM with the speed of 5600 mega transfer per second, or if we have to translate this into rough wording, it will be 5600 megahertz per megahertz. Yeah, I don't know the convention at this point. Even the RAM speed convention is pretty iffy, but all that aside, okay. And even for the SSD, I have 1 terabyte on both of the drive C and also drive D as well. So yeah, I also really need that because, well, I want to install games sometimes. And
NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon.
So let's listen in. And that's basically it if you're very interested with these specs.
Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world.
Oh, another one, Near Space Network as well. Oh, Near Space.
Through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center.
Near Space System as well. Oh, right, interesting.
The network handovers.
Interesting.
These transfers represent a delicate dance between the two networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on
Oh, I love that animation sometimes.
Near Space Network. After its translunar
Love me some Kerbal Space program, program, you know.
Antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because
yeah.
as Orion goes behind the moon, a
Lunar
permanent loss in
occultation.
communications will occur.
Yeah.
The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion
Nice.
reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser
Oh,
links,
look
is
at that.
massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and
how do I say?
video, while also generating
Please
details
correct me
about mission
correctly.
health
The
and
the
crew
left side
status.
is the analog
All of that
and
data
the right
gets
side is the
processed here
digital
on Earth, where
signal.
systems compress it for efficiency.
Oh, that's interesting.
Future,
I think this is something to do with the 2F
image and video clarity and
yeah,
connectivity of each new mission. With the
2FSK
Artemis II test flight, we're
binary
evaluating the
shift
communications
frequency
infrastructure that
shift
will help
keying.
carry us
Oh,
into the
interesting.
future
On the
as we explore the moon
digital side,
and journey
on the
forward
analog
to
side,
Mars.
I believe that should be a sine wave. All right. Yeah, this is why I like, man. I mean, I wish I can learn electrical or electronic stuff instead. But well, I'm
This
learning
is
computer
Artemis
science.
Mission Control. You're once again seeing a
Probably
view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit
not
website, or
not
ARO, which
not
provides
really. I like
updates
to
on the
say
Orion
it's super
spacecraft's velocity
easy
as well as its distance from Earth and
course
to the
subject and
Moon,
whatnot, but
especially when we
still
don't have
preferable
those live views coming from the
over
Orion
not having
spacecraft
any life
itself.
at all. So maybe
The
that's the
Deep
reason
Space
why
Network,
I'm
sometimes
taking
referred to
computer science
as DSN, and it
because
is
I want to have
NASA's
my
international
own life
array
as
of
well.
giant radio
Just do
antennas
this
that
kind of
supports
stream stuff here and there,
interplanetary
That's
spacecraft
why
missions,
I'm able to
plus a
be
few
in
that
here
orbit Earth.
with you guys. So interesting, isn't it?
Again, we are
And yeah,
currently in a
this is not me
planned
trying to
forward
sound too
link loss of
condescending
signal,
on
or
one. No, no,
LOS,
no. This
and
is
we
not it.
expect to
This is
regain that
just a
communication here in
reality.
about
It hits
26
you.
minutes from now.
So I hope you guys can understand why. So yeah, pretty sorry for my a bit of my enthusiasm, but yeah, thank you for sticking by. All right. Oh, so they are able to communicate again around 26 minutes from now. All right, all right. Interesting, interesting. All right. But yeah, let's see again. What's next? But I don't know. Either way, I'm going to close my mic and let's move in, shall we? And yeah, just look at the mission. Don't worry, because I also might need to respond here and there. Okay, so thank you so much. I'll be back again. Oh yeah, and regarding to my earlier statement, I can say if you are currently learning electrical and electronic, yeah, if you're currently learning electrical or electronic engineering, and you still have just as much time as I have right now, I can say I can say power to you as well. You know, that's why I said it's not me talking badly to others or me or talking too low to others. It's just like, at least in my case scenario, it is what it is. But if you're on that on that kind of side of engineering, or literally anywhere else engineering, and you still have plenty of time to do this kind of stuff, I can say power to you. There's nothing wrong with it, okay? It's just how do you manage your study properly in the university, college, or literally university, college, or literally wherever else. Okay, power to you. So that's it. I think I can also shut up myself by closing this mic, so I have more time to do something else. In the meantime, because there's not much else we can comment, and I don't want to just keep blabbering like nothing else. And I know some of you really wanna have that kind of let me how do I say? I know some of you guys really want to have some kind of zen peacefulness mind moment of no people of no one keep blabbering out on the stream. So I guess it's better for me to just do this instead. I just open the music and chill and enjoy. That's it, everybody. And yeah, I will be ending this stream around 2 hours plus from now. So keep watching because around at what minute is it? At yeah, around 56 less than 56 minutes from now, we are going to, at mission elapsed time t plus 8 days, 4 hours and 18 minutes, there's going to be an RTC, return trajectory correction burn number 2. We are going to see that soon. Okay, so please stick ahead. Please stay tuned. We are still waiting for the mission to be comments on. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody, and be patient.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 3 hours, and 34 minutes into the Artemis II mission. You are currently seeing a live look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. We are currently in an expected forward link loss of signal, or LOS, and expect to regain that forward link in about 6.5 minutes from now. The forward link refers to the uplink capabilities, so the transmission of communications and telemetry from the ground to the spacecraft. Now, during an earlier data rate change, we did have an unexpected return link loss of signal. So if that return link is not recovered ahead of that forward link acquisition of signal, again taking place in about 6 minutes from now, then an Orion S-band string swap would be commanded to try to regain that return link. And the return link refers to the downlink capabilities, so the transmission of communications and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft to the ground.
Integrity Houston for comm check.
Integrity has you loud and clear.
Good afternoon, Christina. I have you loud and clear as well. Just a heads up that we did lose the return link sooner than we expected, but we have regained good forward and return. We're glad to be back in comm with you.
Okay, copy that. We made a couple calls in the blind. We'll check to see if you received them. One was about the docking hatch, and one was about a food bob. Did you get either of those?
Negative. Please repeat them.
Okay, copy. We'll call back when we're available to do that, and thanks for the note. We're looking forward to the upcoming burn.
Okay, we copy all, and we're going to...
Amy, the food bob call was there's a full bob in bag 11, plus a mostly full bob, and a few toilet or a few of the condiments, etc. So it's pretty close to 2 full bobs in bag 11. Just want to make sure that you've accounted for that. Let us know if that's too much in one place.
Thanks for the report, Jeremy, and we're good with that.
Okay, and then do you have those DE locker net storage locations?
We have an option A and an option B. Option A is to put the D&E locker nets into locker Bravo 3 in the purple CTB, but that depends upon how much trash you have stowed in purple CTB and also accounting for the space you'll need for the Equus wall net.
Okay, that makes sense. What about option B?
Option B is same locker, Bravo 3 in the yellow CTB.
Okay, we'll get those nets in Bravo 3. And do you want to know which bag it's specifically in? Is that important for you?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, aim for purple. I'm sure they'll fit now, and then something else might not fit later, so we'll put them in purple for now.
Copy, aiming for purple.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We did get that forward link and return link acquisition of signal, and you did hear them call up to the crew and get the confirmation back down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, and that did come following an unexpected return link loss of signal, and the return link refers to the downlink capabilities of the transmission of communication and telemetry from the spacecraft to the ground, but all of that communication has since been restored. There on your screen on the left-hand side, you can now see a live view of the Orion spacecraft, this coming from one of the solar array wing cameras, and in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the team here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Capcom or Capsule Communicator console and the Flight Director console. Right now, the Capcom on console and communicating with the crew is Amy Dill, and the Flight Director for Orbit 2 is Fiona Ankoviak. We do expect the final targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn to take place here shortly.
For RTC 2 status.
Okay, so hello everybody. We are now returning again.
The long LOS Wes, there are a few items that we were working that are nominal for RTC2. First, X-flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured. SM prop helium isolation valves are configured and the starfield maneuvers are complete.
Okay, we saw all that happen on board as well. Sounds great.
Okay, so that's what you have already listening so far. Now they already required the forward link signal, so acquisition of signal on that part, which means that the Mission Control Center back in the Houston, Texas, USA can now finally
Houston is assessing the onboard solution.
can finally communicate with the Orion Integrity spacecraft of the Artemis II crew. All right.
Houston copies.
Okay, and it also meant and basically meant that there's going to be two-way forward
This is Artemis
communications.
Mission Control in
So
Houston,
basically,
Texas. The final targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn, has been completed, and we do expect that RTC burn to take place in about 29 minutes from now. As of right now, it's expected to be a 5.37 foot per second delta velocity burn and approximately a 9-second burn. So we'll be using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft. Here in Mission Control Houston, the team on console is currently conducting their go, no-go poll for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn. And again, this burn will further fine-tune the trajectory and the path of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its final approach ahead of that re-entry and splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th.
okay. So basically, we have already heard right now in about let's see here in okay, just give me a little bit of time. In 28 minutes from now, at mission elapsed time MET T plus 8 days 4 hours and 18 minutes, there's going to be the RTC, the return trajectory correction burn number 2. Burn number 2, as we already heard, that burn will last around 9 seconds, and the delta velocity changes would be around 1.64 meters per second. This one is rounded number, or around 5.37 feet per second. So that basically, that's the delta velocity changes we heard. It's going to last for 9 seconds into the mission. So that's that. We also not going to go too long, and the preparation for the RTC burn number 2, it has already been so far almost completed, or already complete by now, so there should not be any more problem. Okay, and what you're looking right now is the from the arrow. Okay, arrow stands for AROW, Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. So you can check this out for yourself if you really want to. Okay, but for now though, I think I'm going to keep it here right now. So, and yeah, so let's see on the velocity. Okay, because they're using Imperial system, so, and also I don't know why it's so inconsistent, so I need to calculate this using the built-in converter, calculate the converter of the WaterFox search bar. So I'm going to use here the current velocity right now is around 5,579.62 kilometers per hour. This one is rounded number, or around 3,468 miles per second. And now it's already changes around 5,581.23 kilometers per hour. So in case you're very interested about this. Okay, and if I'm looking from the NASA Deep Space Network, and also the aero live data. Right now, it's connected to the Madrid, okay, connected to the Madrid ground station, to the Deep Space Station 56 and 54. Okay, the distance from Earth is 185,424 kilometers, or around 115,217 statute miles. And distance to the moon right now currently are 246,672 kilometers, or around 153,275 statute miles, in case you're very interested about this. Yeah, and sorry about this. And so that's it. That's the update that we have looking at so far, and looking so far so good. Okay, so by now, from what I can obtain as well, okay, we the Orion Integrity. Sorry, if I'm too loud, I'm trying again. The Orion Integrity spacecraft, where the Artemis II crew are currently riding right now, is the midpoint of the orbit. Okay, so looks like they are going for the burn. Okay, so right now they are going, and this will be the last.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
This will be the last in the list on the flight day number 9, other than the crew pre-sleep procedure before they finally will go to sleep later on.
Now expected to take place in about 24 minutes from now, and it will be a short thruster firing using those auxiliary thrusters to further fine-tune the spacecraft's path on its return journey back towards Earth.
Yeah, so that's exactly what the return trajectory correction burn actually does, to adjust it a little bit, to align it to the proper trajectory back to Earth. So that's basically it.
Responsible for the atmospheric and orbital flight path of the spacecraft, as well as the lunar trajectory of the vehicle. Coming up ahead of the burn, in about 2 minutes, we do expect the solar array wing positions to be moved and confirmed that they are in position for this upcoming burn. And then about 11 minutes before the burn takes place, we'll also expect to hear a call that Orion is in burn attitude, and that confirms that the attitude maneuver ahead of the burn has been completed.
Okay, so tank pressure are good and right on the flight level. So already knowledge as well. All right, nice. In case you want to know, in no particular order of the Artemis II crew, astronauts here are
Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Teams and the crew continuing to prepare for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn. That burn expected to take place in just under 19 minutes from now. We did just hear confirmation that the prop pressurization tanks are good for the burn. That confirmation coming from the prop here in Mission Control, which is the propulsion officer, and they are responsible for monitoring the vehicle propellants in order to complete these burns required for mission objectives and trajectory purposes. Coming up in about a minute, we should also hear confirmation that the solar arrays are in position for the burn. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings. Each of those wings is made up of 3 panels, and each panel is approximately 6.5 feet by 6.5 feet, and the total length of each wing is 23 feet long. So these solar array wings do have to be put in position ahead of any burn. These solar array wings are managed by the Mechanical and Power Officer here in Mission Control, which is the MPO, and they're responsible for the electrical power generation, as well as the solar arrays and the ray rotation mechanisms and power distribution systems.
all right. So in case you want to know, the Artemis II crew, these 4 astronauts in no particular order are Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, Reid Weisman, and also Christina Koch. So that's what you need to know so far. And yeah, looks like the solar array wings would be in the configuration ready for the burn. Usually, what it does is that the solar array should actually unfurl. If I remember, should unfurl either on the black, not black. Why am I even talking about? Okay, from either from back or even from the front. Usually, from what I see, it's around, let's just say around 30 degrees, 35 degrees of orientation, either on front or right, either on front or back. This is to ensure that the solar array wings did not. It's to ensure that that from the thruster burn, it's not going to cause any problem of the solar array wings, because without it, I don't think the crew can survive any longer than that. Yeah, and not even the Orion Integrity spacecraft can do. Alright, so it's already in the position to burn, and without that configuration, it's going to cause lots of problem with the solar array wings. It could break. It could actually. It could cause tons of problem here and there.
Again, that burn scheduled to take place in about 16 minutes from now. The next call that we will likely hear is in about 5 minutes, when the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control will call up to the crew to confirm that the maneuver to burn attitude will be beginning, and then they will also call up to confirm that that burn attitude is complete. And ahead of that attitude maneuver, the mission control position responsible for those attitude maneuvers is GNC, which stands for Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer. They're responsible for managing inertial measuring units, as well as global positioning system receivers, barometric altimeters, and the position, state, and attitude health of the Orion spacecraft.
All right, so that's what we heard from the NASA communicators about the specific burns as well. They're going to check the IMU, the position, state, and altitude health of the Orion spacecraft, and also at the same time will be for the global navigation unit, something like that. Yeah, that's that. Yeah.
Integrity Houston, maneuver to burn attitude starting in approximately 3 minutes.
All right, so burn the RTC burn number 2 will start around 3 minutes. Is it? Is it? Oh, okay. So looks like it's going to happen sooner than later. Okay. So we will going to listen in for that part as well. Yeah. All right.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently about 10 minutes away from the start of the Return Trajectory Correction 2 burn, or RTC2. This is expected to be about a 9.41 second burn with an expected delta velocity change of 5.37 feet per second, using the 8 pulse-x thrusters on the Orion spacecraft to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft on its path back towards Earth. Currently on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. The Orion spacecraft is currently traveling at a velocity of about 3,400 miles per hour, and it is about 114,000 miles away from Earth. Earlier today, it did pass the halfway point of its return back to Earth. Again, it is expected to splash down off the coast of San Diego, California on Friday, April 10th around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. In just a few moments, we should hear confirmation called up to the crew that Orion is in burn attitude. the Orion spacecraft is currently maneuvering to that burn attitude.
Integrity Houston, Integrity is in burn attitude.
We see the same.
All right, so it looks like burn altitude. This will commence in few around, let me see, around less than 8 minutes from now. So yeah, it looks like good. Yeah, looks like good right now. All right, pulsec thrusters. If I remember correctly, that mini thrusters on the at the back of the Orion Integrity spacecraft, if I remember, around the area of the European service module. Yeah. But correct me if I'm wrong on that part, but it looks like it. Oh, apologize. It's okay. Let me close the mic.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 4 hours, and 14 minutes into the Artemis II mission, and we are currently about less than 4 minutes away from the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn, or RTC-2 burn. This is the second in a trio of burns for that Return Trajectory Correction. The first RTC burn was completed on flight day 7, and then this burn coming up is the second of those 3 burns, and the final Return Trajectory Correction burn will be completed on flight day 10, about 5 hours prior to entry interface. And there on your screen you are seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft, the exterior of that spacecraft, and you can get a good look at a couple of those solar array wings, sometimes referred to as SAW. There are 4 solar array wings on the Orion spacecraft that provide power generation, and ahead of this burn those solar arrays were configured to support the upcoming burn. About 10 minutes ago the Orion spacecraft also completed an attitude maneuver to prepare for the upcoming burn. Following the completion of this Return Trajectory Correction burn, the spacecraft will complete another attitude maneuver to return to the bias tail to sun attitude. The Orion spacecraft uses a tail to sun attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. So again, that Return Trajectory Correction burn coming up here in about 2 minutes.
Okay, so from what you hear, apparently right now, in order for the solar panel to solar array wings to be able to maximize the power generation and to keep the solar panels safe, now it's heading these solar array wings are now going tail bias to the sun. So that's basically it, and you can see it's slightly canted to the how do I say, canted to the back of it, and you are looking at the exterior view of the onboard camera from the Orion Integrity spacecraft, where the Artemis II crew are currently living right now. The Artemis II crew, in no particular order, are Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and also Reid Weisman. So that's that, and we are going to hear the burn soon. And as soon as the music here finally stop, that's at the point where the burn should have already started. But yeah, because this is NASA live stream. Sorry, and because this is a NASA live stream, so we are expected to hear a little bit of delay, around 30 seconds delay. So that's that, and I'm going to end this music soon as well. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so ended. By now the burn should have already start for the Return Trajectory Correction burn number 2. Yeah, the RTC burn 2. We shall hear that soon. Let's listen in and watch as the view start going in.
Seconds away from the time of ignition of that upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn, which will be the start of that burn. Again, it is expected to be about a 9.41 second burn using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft's service module to generate a 5.37 foot per second change in delta velocity.
Okay, or it will be translated around 2.86 2.87 meters per second of burn, and you can see it's already started. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and looks like we have already have the end of the burn. Okay, and right now the Return Trajectory Correction burn number 2 has already commenced and already done as well. So it's already changed the delta velocity to it added around.
Houston, good burn. We are assessing the details.
Okay, so let's listen in.
We see the same and copy.
Okay, so it should have added
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston,
another delta
Texas. We do
velocity
have that
around
confirmation that the
2.87
recent
meters
return
per second
trajectory
or
correction
around
burn was completed,
9.41
and it was
feet
a
per
good
second.
burn. Teams on the ground assessing
So
the details,
basically,
but
we are
it
going
was
to
expected to
listen that
be a
soon.
9.41
If this
second
is
burn
actually
for a
successful,
5.37
let's
foot
listen
per
listening
second
from
delta
the Mission Control
velocity.
Center.
Again, these return trajectory correction burns help to fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's path as it makes its way back to Earth, and this was the second in a series of 3 return trajectory correction burns, with that first return trajectory correction burn taking place on flight day 7, and the final return trajectory correction burn is expected to take place on flight day 10, about 5 hours prior to entry interface.
And you can see some of the thruster, the RCS thruster, reaction control system thruster has already start burn a little bit just to correct itself, but I believe it should be nominal. We shall hear that soon from the Mission Control Center. And the capsule communicator will communicate that stuff to the Artemis II crew on boarded this Orion Integrity spacecraft, serial number CM-003, in preparation for the full for the re-entry of the Orion Integrity spacecraft. Yeah, this one will survive, but the European service module will be destructively re-entered back to Earth and will not be recovered. So that's that. We shall hear that soon. Once the confirmation is in, I will reopen the music again. So yeah, let's listen in.
Integrity Houston, confirm a good burn, and prop post-burn reconfiguration is complete.
All right, so that's the
All, and we have a gorgeous view of you out window 2.
okay. So majestic.
Awesome, we're waving at you.
So majestic. We have confirmation from the Mission Control Center.
We are too.
They will let it back to the Artemis II crew onboarded inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft. So very good signal.
This is
So
Artemis Mission Control
that's
in
it.
Houston, Texas. About 4 minutes ago, the second return trajectory correction burn was completed. That burn taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central, 10:53 p.m. Eastern, to further fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's path on its return journey back to Earth. We did get confirmation that it was a good burn. Again, this burn was executed using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft's service module. Now that the burn is completed, the Orion spacecraft will conduct another attitude maneuver to return it to the bias tail to sun attitude. Again, the Orion spacecraft uses a tail to sun attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis, and it provides updates on the Orion spacecraft velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. Now the Orion spacecraft and its crew, again on their return leg of their journey, expected to splash down off the coast of San Diego, California tomorrow on April 10th. Now that the return trajectory correction burn 2 is complete, the crew will move into some final activities for their day. They will continue to complete some cabin configurations to prepare for tomorrow's re-entry. And then also on the timeline, NASA astronaut Christina Koch and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will complete an off-nominal waste management system developmental flight test objective, during which they will perform a fit check of the system before putting on their Orion Crew Survival System, or OX suits.
Okay, so that's basically we've heard so far.
That developmental flight test objective, there will also be some additional stowage tasks. So the 4K encoder on board the Orion spacecraft will be disabled and also stowed to prepare for re-entry. There will also be some final configurations for the hatch entry, as well as some final configurations for the docking hatch opening system, and some final toilet maintenance, as well as some data transfer for the actigraph, which is a device that the crew is wearing. So that data will be transferred to their portable computing devices, or PCDs, and then downlinked to the ground for that data collection. Additionally, there will be some final AGA readings, or anomaly gas analyzer readings, which is a laser-based instrument which detects trace contaminants on board the Orion spacecraft. That AGA device will then be stowed, and then the crew will be moving into their final private medical conference. Again, those private conferences take place at the end of every flight day with the medical teams on the ground, and then the crew will move into a private flight director conference before moving into their pre-sleep period.
Okay, so basically, if I got it correct, it looks like they always do it at the end of the day, at the end of the every task they are doing. So that's that. They're currently still stowing out whatever item they don't need in preparation for the re-entry. And also soon enough, they're also going to have a private daily medical conference, and also private daily flight conference as well. And the first one will be between the flight surgeon and also with the other related medical staff team. And the second, the later on, will be with the flight director, where each of this crew will tell them whatever situation they're in.
Integrity Houston for Delta to ONWMS DFTO procedure.
Okay, so they are now going with the anomaly gas analyzer. We are going to hear the reading. Let's listen in.
And Houston, one moment on that. We are not going to stow the RHC per step 23.3 for Reid's upcoming and controller checkout activity. And we are go for your words.
All right, so some
RHC plan. So Christina, for you and Jeremy, in step 1.1.2, do not don the adhesive materials or the barrier cream.
Oh, okay. This is the checklist. I'm not going to pretend to know what they're talking about.
Copy all, thanks.
But that gave us some rough idea what they are talking. Okay. They are doing currently with the checklist, but one thing that we know is about the anomaly gas analyzer, where they are going to do the reading, onboarding the
Cook.
uh,
in
on
regards to some
onboarding their
upcoming steps
spacecraft,
related to
so
their
they can see
off-nominal
if there's
waste
any
management system developmental flight
so
test
if they're so
objective,
they are
during
able to
which
see if there's any
NASA astronaut
hazardous,
Christina Koch and
if they're
Canadian
going to
Space
be
Agency
hazardous
astronaut Jeremy Hansen are
gases
going to be
level
performing a fit
reading,
check
or if
of the
there could be
off-nominal
any
waste
kind of
management system prior to
anomaly,
donning their
excessive
orange
carbon
Orion crew
dioxide
survival
gas
system
reading,
suits. There's
and
also a
even
call
oxygen as
made
well. So yeah.
regarding an RHC, which stands for rotational hand controller, that made in advance of another activity that NASA astronaut Reid Weisman will be completing, during which he will be completing some deflection checkouts of the rotational hand controller as well as the translational hand controller to ensure that the crew can track a target, and this is performed as part of the entry systems checkout. Again, the crew is working through some final cabin configuration as well as other steps to prepare for tomorrow's re-entry and splashdown.
All right, so this is the view on you can see on the bigger left split screen side on the top left of it is the view from the Orion's Integrity spacecraft onboarding the attached on the onboard camera via the solar array wings, one of it. And on the smaller right side that we saw earlier is from the view from the mission control center, specifically for the Artemis mission control center. So that's that.
Houston Integrity for hatch entry inspection.
All right, another signal there.
With you.
Okay, Amy, on the docking hatch, the fabric hinges, I see the two fabric hinges. One is by dog 3 and one is by dog 4. And the fabric hinge by dog 3 was not connected to the hatch. It's connected to the ship, but not the hatch. The fabric hinge by dog 4 is connected to both the ship and the hatch. Just confirm that both of these should be connected between the ship and the hatch.
Okay, so that's what you heard. Okay, and also for disclaimer, if you hear some kind of vulgar word in the background, that's not on me. Okay, that's my roommate. So, and so please be aware and please be noted. In case there's some weird kind of stuff. Well, that's not something in my control, but well, this is also for the I can say for some kind of legal reason with the platform where I'm streaming. It doesn't matter if it's YouTube or other places that I'm streaming. This is a huge disclaimer. I'm trying to make this channel um as family friendly as possible, but such things are not possible currently. But yeah, but it's not coming from me unless I explicitly stated otherwise. So that's that. Um, and otherwise, I think we can go with the music, shall we? So let's go. Okay, I'm just being funny. Don't worry about this.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. Again, the crew is continuing their return journey back home to Earth. That splashdown targeted off the coast of San Diego, California tomorrow at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. Ahead of that return, I have a special guest joining me here today. I have Jason Norcross, who is the lead for some of the Artemis II obstacle course tasks that the crew will be completing once they return back to Earth. Thanks for joining me, Jason.
You're welcome.
So once the crew lands, can you tell me a little bit about their balance?
Yeah, when the crew lands, they're going to have
Let's listening to the interview.
Space adaptation syndrome, and what that has to do with the inner ear getting readjusted back to gravity. It's been in weightlessness for 10 days for this crew, and then as soon as they land, they're going to have some real trouble with kind of maintaining their balance. Being able to especially move their head independent of their body. You'll often see the crew kind of robotically move a little bit more. And they're also going to be feeling their weight for the very first time.
So tell me a little bit about this obstacle course. So what is the first obstacle course the crew will do, and how soon do they do it after landing, and what exactly are they doing?
Yeah. So the first thing they do, we typically are going to get the crew about 1 to 4 hours after they land, and then they're going to go through what we call a capsule egress mock-up. So we have built a functional task test that's designed to mimic some of the challenges that they would have if they were on if they had to actually egress their very own capsule. So things like confined space, things like up and down head movement, strength challenges, balance challenges, all those things are going to be part of that very first task that they have to do.
Okay, and then after that, there's another obstacle course they do. So what are they going to do for that second obstacle course?
Yeah, so we get them, like I said, about 1 to 4 hours after they land. And then for the second obstacle course, they're going to be coming back on R+1. So the day after they land, they're going to be back here at JSC, and we're going to put them through an EVA simulation. We're going to put them in lunar gravity, and we're going to walk them through several different tasks that are going to challenge them for both the physical and sensory motor approach.
Okay, so do you also conduct similar measurements on astronauts returning, for example, from the International Space Station?
Yes, we do. So we've been doing this study, or a version of this study, with the International Space Station astronauts for the past several years. So we typically get one subject per increment, and in that case, we're looking more of what it would look like for a Mars landing. So in the case for the Artemis II crew, we're going to tune everything to lunar gravity because we're trying to look forward to the lunar. But in the case of the ISS astronauts, those that have been in space for 6 months, that's about how long it would take to get to Mars. So we want to test them on R+1, again, the first day after they land, and see if they would be capable of doing any EVA tasks. And so far, the answer has been yes.
Do you expect any differences between what you've seen on the crews from the International Space Station and the crew coming back from the Artemis II mission?
I think so. So the reason being is they haven't been in space quite as long, so they're not going to have the same type of muscular challenges that we see with long duration crew. But the sensory motor challenges may be very similar because those have a lot more to do with the readjustment back to gravity.
Right, so why do we want to know how quickly that they will adjust to their new gravity?
Right, so the early Artemis missions are, as we've seen, when we land on the moon, they're a busy mission right now. We're looking at 4 EVAs in 5 days, and we're looking at that first EVA right now as being one that we might have to take a little cautiously because of the sensory motor disruption, because of that adjustment from 0G to 16G. And one of the reasons we want to do this test soon after they land is to see how capable the astronauts are going to be on that first EVA. Now you might ask, didn't we do that already with Apollo? But Apollo did direct descent. They got to the moon within about 3 days, whereas the Artemis missions, they're spending more like 7 to 10 days in microgravity before they land on the moon. So they're going to have a little bit more sensory motor disruption.
Okay, so landing is soon. What is next for you and your team?
Yeah. Well, I've got some of my team is already out at San Diego right now, getting ready to support that landing and that test on that happens about 1 to 4 hours after they land. And the other portion of the team is now getting set up to do that EVA simulation over in Argos. So that's the active response gravity offload system over in Building 9. It's basically a fancy robotic crane that offloads a portion of the crew member's body weight so we can simulate lunar gravity.
So really the end of the mission is kind of when all of your work starts, for the most part, getting all of that post-flight data collection.
Yeah, so a lot of folks look at splashdown as being the end of the mission. That's for us kind of the start of when some of the most interesting data on the kind of human response to this mission begins.
So thank you so much for joining me, Jason. With one more question, what are you most excited about from learning for this mission?
Well, I'm excited about splashdown tomorrow. I mean, so is everybody. But in general, what I'm really excited is when we get them back over here at JAC, we put them through that EVA simulation, and because these astronauts didn't get a chance to land on the moon, but they get to pave the way for the Artemis 4 and 5 and so on astronauts, so they'll be prepared and ready to go, and I'm looking forward to that EVA simulation.
Well, that's great, and thank you so much. Again, this was Jason Norcross, lead for the obstacle courses that the Artemis II crew will be completing once they return back home to Earth. Thank you so much, Jason.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Nice. So that's what we hear so far. Yeah. Very good. A very great interview we can hear so far. And yeah. And so far you're looking at the view from one of the solar array wings, where the onboard camera attached there on the Orion Integrity spacecraft with serial number of CM-003. And you're looking at the view right now, where is our Earth right now, in the crescent Earth mode. There you can see currently our planet Earth are smiling on upon the Orion Integrity spacecraft and upon the Artemis II crew in this mission. In no particular order, these 4 astronauts is it's actually R, not is. What am I even talking about? Are Reid Weisman, Jeremy Hansen, Christina Koch, and also Victor Glover. So that's what we know so far, and yeah, pretty great. And everyone except Jeremy has spaceflight experience. Only Jeremy is the first timer here as an astronaut, so that's going to be very interesting. So far, we will see that. And yeah, hopefully they will be able to go back home safely tomorrow, because yeah, you know, it's we are waiting for them to actually go back safely, you know, after all of that long journey in. Yeah, and that's it. We're still going to listen in if there's anything else in the mission. And this is back in the mission control center, where also in Houston, but this is another view from another camera site. You can see all of the control center, whichever working on this mission, they are there, and that's it. And you can also see behind. Oh yeah, behind the. Let me see here. Okay, behind the. Oh, Capcom there. You can see. Oh, Artemis plushie from Sailor Moon are currently closing eyes and currently sleeping from weekend looking on the mod. Oh, Artemis. What a cutie, Artemis. So yeah, looks like I can also confirm from live here. Usually when they want to indicate that the crew are ready to sleep or currently will be sleeping or possibly going to sleep, someone's will actually put Artemis plushie here with the sleep mask there. So yeah, nice. Look at that. What a great view here. Fortunately, I didn't end this stream way too fast, so we are able to see and confirm it directly from live here. And yeah, and what you're looking right now is from the arrow stuff here. You can see arrow stands for Artemis real-time orbit website.
Reid with answer on fabric hinge and hatch.
Okay, so for arrow, it's basically combining the telemetry and data in real time, so it can be converted into the animations that you can actually interact with using the website. So yeah.
Hopefully you can hear me fine. So the fabric hinge on the docking hatch should be attached to both the hatch and the ship. And we're interested for the fabric hinge that was not connected to the hatch near Dog 3. Was it not connected to the carabiner? We'll take words on what wasn't connected.
Amy, for each fabric hinge, there is a nylon strap, and on each end of that nylon strap is a black carabiner. So on Dog 4, there was a black carabiner to the ship, and then the nylon strap, and a black carabiner to the docking hatch. At Dog 3, there was a black carabiner on the ship to the nylon strap, and then the black carabiner was back to the ship, so it's not connected to the hatch. It's very possible we did that on flight day 1 when we were doing cabin config. I just wanted to make sure both straps should have their black carabiners to the ship and to the hatch, which it sounds like is a true statement.
That is a true statement, Reid, and thanks for those details.
All right, sounds nice there. Yeah. And in case you're wondering, I'm actually reading about the Centaur 5 upper stage. You know, something that's going to be replacing ICPS, interim cryogenic propulsion system. That one is only for temporary solution, and it's actually a lightly modified version of the Delta cryogenic second stage that were initially being used on the ill-fated Delta 3 mission, Delta 3 rocket, and then later on with the highly successful rocket, albeit not as frequently launched as they want to, with the Delta 4 rocket. And now it's basically being transformed for this mission. And later on it will be Centaur 5 that will replace the SLS ICPS upper stage will be replaced with the Centaur 5. And yeah, originally, from what my reading here indicates, Centaur 5 is actually supposed to be an interim, aka temporary version until they can do transition with the ACES, the advanced cryogenic evolve stage. But eventually it got cancelled, or if from my reading as well, supposed to be supposed to be continued at some point, but it feels like indefinite postponement, or aka what would I like to call this? It's basically like a forever. It's not going to be developed anymore. So Centaur 5 become a permanent rocket upper stages at this point. And also from what I can see, also there is some, I don't know, it's like really weird territory where Ace's revival is possible, but I don't know, it looks like indefinite suspension at this point. I don't think they're going to continue beyond the verbal aka also press release wording. That's it. It's basically, it's not furthering or advancing beyond that, you know. So it's weird, you know. What a weird stuff. And yeah, and just in case you want to know, if okay, so let's go ahead.
Hey, first off, we wanted to check if the toilet canister or R&R is complete, because if yes, we can restart wastewater venting.
Okay.
Excellent. And then we have a delta for Victor's toilet maintenance activity. Victor can skip step 1. He does not need to replace
okay.
zone.
So testing with my nostrils. So testing, and also please be note, for legal reason, and also for some people, you need to know. Okay, so
yeah, Reid, we had some significant discussion about that down here. In the end, we want to preserve the system in its current state to better understand post-flight how the system was with regards to the slow wastewater vents.
okay, so this is a bit of a disclaimer. If you hear something weird in the background, some rude word, that's not on me. I try to keep this channel as family friendly as possible, but this is for legal reason that I'm also saying, and also for some people thinking, well, I intentionally feature that. That's not my intention. Okay, that's unfortunately what happened when you have to live with roommates. So please keep this in mind. This is not on my side, unless I explicitly said that. So that's that, and you can hear the call out looks pretty good there.
We heard some communication there.
So yeah, moving forward.
The Orion spacecraft and the team here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Capcom or capsule communicator, who for the current Orbit 2 shift is Amy Dill. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is working through a handful of final tasks for their evening. One of those is related to some toilet maintenance as well as some actigraph data retrieval. The actigraph is a device that the crew is wearing throughout the mission as part of the Archer study. And this study will measure astronauts' well-being, activity, sleep patterns, and interactions during the Artemis campaign. And results from this will be used as part of a behavioral performance study, and results from each mission will be used to understand the combined effects of space hazards on well-being and performance, and also to help develop protocols, interventions, and technologies to enable humans to survive and thrive for future Moon and Mars missions. In addition to that actigraph data retrieval and the toilet maintenance that NASA astronaut Victor Glover is working through, NASA astronaut Christina Koch and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen are both working through an off-nominal waste management system developmental flight test objective, during which the crew are performing a fit check of that off-nominal waste management system prior to donning their orange Orion crew survival system suits. In addition, NASA astronaut Reid Weisman is also working on some side and docking hatch entry configurations, during which he is inspecting and configuring both of those hatches in advance of re-entry, which will take place tomorrow, April 10th.
Houston Integrity, any issue with me starting the RHC THC checkouts a little early?
Checking. No concerns, Reid. You can start RHC THC early.
Going to work, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard another call down there from NASA astronaut Reid Weisman, who is the commander of the Artemis II mission, to the team here in Mission Control Houston regarding another upcoming activity on his timeline. This specific activity related to a checkout of the rotational hand controller. During this checkout, he will ensure that there are sufficient deflection checkouts to ensure that a crew can track each target using that rotational hand controller. And this checkout is performed as part of the pre-entry systems checkouts. Currently on your screen, in the upper left corner, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. That view coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras, and you can actually see a pretty good view there of one of the solar array wings in the upper portion of that image. There are 4 total solar arrays attached to the service module of the Orion spacecraft, and each of those solar arrays does have a camera which helps to provide some of these live views throughout the mission. In the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see a view inside Mission Control here in Houston, Texas, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. Currently on console inside the Artemis Flight Control Room is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. They are being led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom or capsule communicator right now is Amy Dill. Also on that screen next to Capcom Amy Dill in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers, who is joining Amy on the Capcom console. And then next to Amy in the upper right-hand portion of that image, you can see Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and a fellow flight director is also next to her, and that is Flight Director Chloe Maring.
Houston Integrity. The off-nominal waste management system DFTO is complete. Off-nominal waste management systems are stowed. We will now use nominal waste management for the remainder of flight.
Houston copies. with you?
Yes, Amy, I would like to do the option of privatized OE2 for providing feedback if that is available.
We will put that in place and let you know when it's ready.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, and also in some part that I also research about the DCSS Delta Cryogenic Second Stage, or also currently in the flight, the lightly modified version, also known as the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion stage, which is ICPS. Basically, the design part of it were contributed by Japan back then with the NASDA, National Space Development Agency of Japan, before eventually absorbed under one aerospace agency, which is called as present-day JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. So I can say, in some ways, Japan also contributed on this SLS flight as well. So yeah, I can say power to them as well. This one, if I remember correctly, the design base is actually coming from the H2A rocket, H2A rocket design, and then eventually with the H2B as well, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So that's that.
Integrity Houston on 1. Orion to Earth 2 is privatized, and IVA and Surgeon are waiting to hear.
Copy, Amy, going to 2.
Okay, so this is what we heard so far. Where right now Artemis II crew, these 4 astronauts are astronauts in no particular order: Jeremy Hansen, Christina Koch, Victor Glover, and Reid Weisman. They are currently in the daily private medical conference session with the IVA and also with the flight surgeon. And then later on, the second conference, private conference they will be in, is the daily private flight conference with the flight director, and also I believe with some of the possibly with some of the Capcom as well, to basically where the crew can candidly say whatever they want to say about the whole mission, whether how they are feeling, are they feeling good, how's the flight, and what's on. So that's that. And because we don't have anything much else coverage to say, we will end this stream in around 4 minutes from now. So because there's not much else interesting we can say, but before we end the stream, I'm also going to say that on the top left screen, with the bigger split screen, there is the view from this one of the solar array wings installed on board the Orion Integrity spacecraft, serial number CM-003. You're looking right now at the view where our Earth right now, planet Earth, currently smiling with the crescent looking there, very clear terminator between day and night. That terminator line literally stands for the boundary between day and night. And on the right bottom corner, small bottom corner, there is the view from the Houston Mission Control Center in Texas, in USA, where you can see NASA staff members and whatever currently doing their job. And you can see on the view is the Capcom controller there, with whatever they're currently doing. Capcom literally not stands for the Capcom game company, it stands for Capsule Communicator. So that's basically what they are looking right now. Okay, and if you can see, sorry, if you can see, they are currently a bit in the session here and there, so understandably they need some privacy as well. And but otherwise, we will end the stream around less than 2 minutes from now. So that's that, and I'm going to end this session. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching. I'm Denon Suguwa, your host today for the Artemis II crewed mission where of the Orion Integrity spacecraft doing its doing its flight back to Earth with for the brief update flight day 9. So that's that. Thank you so much, everybody for watching, and take care. And I'm going to end this stream one by one. You will see my avatar will not be here. So let's begin the process. So let's go. We begin with my avatar disappear first, and then with the live banner, and finally with my microphone also going to be off. So that's that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching, and take care. Bye bye. And let NASA communicators speak. And probably I might extend a little bit stream until she finally stops talking. So that's it. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching, and bye bye. And we start with the avatar I have right now.
Again, the Artemis Flight Control Room is staffed 24/7 throughout the duration of the mission by 3 different teams of flight controllers who work in 3 shifts known as orbits. Currently on board the Orion spacecraft, the crew continues to work through the final tasks for their day to close out flight day 9. We did recently get a call down from NASA astronaut Christina Koch, who is one of the 2 mission specialists as part of the Artemis II mission, to confirm that they had completed the off-nominal waste management system developmental flight test objective. During this objective, the crew performed a fit check of that off-nominal waste management system prior to donning their Orion Crew Survival System suits. Some of the additional tasks that remain for the day include stowing the 4K video encoder hardware, as well as doing some toilet maintenance, as well as providing some final AGA or anomaly gas analyzer readings, which is a laser-based instrument that detects trace contaminants and provides updates on different levels inside the Orion cabin, such as carbon dioxide and oxygen levels. Following some of those tasks, the crew will then move into their private medical conference. Again, this is a daily conference that takes place towards the end of each crew day with the medical teams here on the ground, and then the crew will also have a private flight director conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston before they head into their pre-sleep period. Again, the crew spent most of their day working on entry preparations. So they've been working to configure the cabin of the Orion spacecraft and stow any hardware or equipment that they had taken out throughout their flight. They've also been putting their seats back into position and generally ensuring that everything is in place ahead of that re-entry and splashdown, which will take place tomorrow, April 10th. The crew also did have a pre-brief with the entry flight director, who was on console earlier as part of the first shift of the entry team during the Orbit 1 shifts, and the entry flight director for the Artemis II mission is Rick Henfling. So during that entry pre-brief, the crew had the opportunity to review their entry preparation materials with the flight director, as well as go over the latest status of the Orion spacecraft, discuss the latest weather briefing for the recovery location, and provide additional updates on the status of the recovery teams as well as the entry pad.
Okay, so you have already listened. Okay, another one. I cannot end the stream until she finally ends the speech. So yeah.
Trajectory Correction Burn, or RTC2. This was a short thruster firing using the auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft's service module to further fine-tune the trajectory and the path of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its final journey back home to Earth. It was the second in a series of 3 return trajectory correction burns that are planned. The first of those 3 return trajectory correction burns did take place on flight day 7, and then the final in that trio of burns will take place tomorrow on flight day 10, shortly after the crew completes their post-sleep period.
All right, let's see. If there's nothing else to be said, probably around 3 minutes from now, I will end the stream. Yeah, I mean, I'm very serious. If NASA communicators did not say anything else, we will end the stream. Okay, pinky promise. Oh, and I also forgot to mention, this Saturday, unfortunately, that's already after finish Sabbath day. Okay, we going to see back-to-back launches of the with the CRS NG-24 onboarded the Falcon 9 Block 5 rocket, and at the same time, around, if I remember, around 11. Oh yeah, I forgot. That one actually happens 11 minutes later. 11 minutes before that, it would be the launch of the Jialong 3. Not yet 100% sure what payload is it, but could be another space cell, Polar Leo. Or literally could be anything else. Could be Satnet Leo, or maybe space cell, or I don't know, whatever. But we might hear that soon. So yeah. That's that, and we have less than 2 minutes before I finally end this stream as well. So yeah, thank you so much everybody for watching. Oh, and I also forgot to mention that tomorrow, before I'm going for church, obviously I'm also going to showcase to you the Orion Integrity spacecraft splashdown, where the 4 astronauts of the Artemis II mission, in no particular orders, is sorry, it's not is, it's are. Why am I even talking about plural? Of course, Jeremy Hansen, Christina Koch, Victor Glover, and also Reid Weisman will be splashing down around the Pacific Ocean, and hopefully they will be able to be going back there safely. We want to see these astronauts going back home, shall we? So that's that, and thank you so much everybody for watching, and take care. And looks like I can end this stream right now. So goodbye everybody, take care, and hopefully Earth and Moon will be smiling upon you. So thank you so much everybody, bye bye.